Good morning, teams. Good morning.
Good morning.
Are we excited? Welcome to League Meet number 2 for Jackson Pollock League. Thank you for being here. And a big thank you to our host, DMAC, for letting us use their beautiful facility for this league meet. So I'm going to hand it over to our DMAC rep to talk to us a little bit about themselves.
Hello everyone, I'm Rick Wagner. I teach robotics and automation, and I am thrilled that you guys are here. I've been in robotics and automation for 30 years in industry, and it's a wonderful field, and I'm great that you're here, and I think everyone here is a winner. I mean, be proud of what you built. I mean, what you designed, what you built, be proud of it, and because I am proud of you. So you're all winners to me. Thank you.
I'm Brian Burkhardt. I'm chair of our robotics and electronics programs, and I somewhat feel that if I don't also say you're winners, then you're going to think you're not winners if I don't say it. So you are winners, so by all means, and I concur. We are absolutely thrilled to have you at DMAC at our urban campus. Our robotics and electronics programs are housed out of the Ankeny campus, and if you've not been there, we strongly encourage you to visit that campus as well as campuses throughout central Iowa. There are folks here I know that I probably don't need to welcome because the fact is that DMAC for many of you is your second school already. Those of you in high school are taking concurrent enrollment classes. We are grateful for that learning that you're doing while continuing your high school education. And we strongly encourage you to continue to consider DMAC for all of your educational pursuits. With that being said, and I know you're getting antsy for a driver's meeting here in a second, we have over 80 certificate, diploma, and degree programs in a vast variety of areas. Whether it's electronics and robotics, whether it's cybersecurity, whether it's culinary arts, whether it's vet tech, whether it's auto, welding, tool and die, the list goes on and on. There are wonderful opportunities not only to get excellent skills and learning, but also then to get and land great careers. Besides that, I also want to stress that DMAC is a wonderful place to get your start for engineering education. We have a fantastic pre-engineering program where you can get your Calc 1 and 2 and 3 and differential equations and physics and those other prerequisite engineering courses out of the way before you then transfer on to a 4-year engineering school. I also would stress to you that DMAC is a wonderful place if you decide not to go in engineering, to continue to acquire those skills because you'll be a better employee overall. All that you do today, all that you've done leading up to today, and all that you will do in the future is going to make you a wonderful, wonderful employee. And I encourage you to consider staying in central Iowa to apply those skills. The last thing that I want to say is thanks to each one of you, and thanks to your parents and teachers and coaches and mentors and sponsors for getting you to this place. It isn't cheap to get here. I know that. And quite frankly, it doesn't come without a lot of hard work and a lot of time. And so it's exciting, and I can't wait to see you compete today. It looks as though the stage literally is set for you. And to quote or misquote our famous playwright, Bill Shakespeare, "To thine own bot be true."
Thank you, gentlemen. We appreciate you allowing us to come and use this amazing facility. Give them a big round of applause and a big thank you. You all know this program doesn't happen with amazing volunteers. Huge, thank you. Every time you see them, thank them today, okay? And our wonderful little baby Spot. He's cute. He's very cute, Brian, by the way. Dale, your head ref today, right? Yep, Dale's head ref. We all know WWDD. What would Dale do? Think that in your mind every time you come to the field. If you don't have your safety glasses on, he's going to duct tape them to your head, by the way. Ask me how we know. And Lauren, penalty reffing, and Jarrett, right? Where there he is, right back there. And Tyler is FTA today. How do you get the FTA's attention? He'll hear you. Good job. All right, we're going to turn it over to Dale and Lauren for the driver's meeting. Come on up, Dale. You want them down here?
I want everybody down here that's going to be a driver, coach, or human player around the field, please. People in the back row. Okay, we got a lot of people here. I want just the drivers, the coaches, and the human players. Okay? So if you're not one of those, give your spot up to somebody else. Let's get the tallest people in the back row. There you go. All right. I'm going to start out with the same thing I start with all the time. Gracious professionalism. That's our motto. That's what we live by with FIRST. It's a way of doing things that encourages high quality work, emphasizes the value of others, and respects individuals in the community. That's what we do here. Okay. We are all volunteers. All these old people around here like me, and we're volunteers. We're here because we want to see you succeed. We want to keep gameplay fair. I hope you've all read the game manual multiple times by now. All right, it changes. I hope you've read all, 180 pages of the forum. 180 questions, sorry. We're here to keep gameplay fair and equitable. We're going to go by Game Manual 1 and 2 in the forum. If you have a question about something, the question mark is right back there. I only want one person from a team to come up. You have to be there within 3 matches. Okay? And bring supporting evidence. We're not here to be the bad guys or referees. We're not here to be the bad guys. We want gameplay fair. Yes. We're here to inspire you because you inspire us. All right. Safety glasses. If you're around the field, I expect to have you with safety glasses, side shields, closed-toed shoes. You know the drill, don't you? What I'll do is I might point to somebody, and hopefully if I'm just pointing at you, I don't have to say anything. If you don't have your safety glasses, get them quickly, because we're not going to stop for 5 minutes while you go get your glasses. Closed-toed, closed-heeled shoes. Hopefully everybody's got that on. Make sure you turn your robots off when you're moving them. Not just the person carrying the robot, but everybody make sure the robots are off. I don't want anybody caught in a robot. Seriously, that's not what we want to do here. Make sure your alliance markers are attached. Make sure you have your driver, coach, human player buttons on. Media people, if you want to take pictures, we have limited spaces. Obviously, you're not going to be in the landing zone out here. So if you're kind of off to the corner, no more than one person per team. Okay, so you got 2 teams on each alliance, so we could potentially have 4 people up here. Don't just come up and sit. You better be videoing or taking pictures. Okay? And obviously stay out of the way of the drones. And you should have your badges on. If you see something that is not set up correctly on the field, what are you going to do? You're going to wave to one of us, and you're going to get our attention, and you're going to point it out. Please do not step on the field and try to fix it yourself. Tell us. We've got a good bunch of people here that know how to set things up, and we'll do that and get it done. Robot starting position, you have to be in one of the certain squares and touching the wall. Robot alignment devices, if they're part of your robot, you can use them. If they're not part of your robot, you can't stand across the field with a ruler and robot alignment devices have to be part of the robot. You can't take your hand and put it down 4 times and set your robot that way. Team prop, hand it to one of the people that's up here and we'll get it set on the field. Team scoring elements, the drones either preloaded or in the wing, or for the human player to put in the wing. If you don't have one, it makes life a little easier, right? You must stand until the match starts. Once the match starts, obviously the human player is not going to be standing all the time. They're going to probably be on their knees. Please, human players, do not lean over the field. Just let your arm go in, put it down. You can, while the match is going on, you can kneel down. You can sit down in the driver's station. Not sure why you'd want to, but you could. Obviously, the human player is going to be down. I don't want anybody leaning over the field. Yeah. Okay. So if you're a drive team, I don't want you stick your arm out. You don't need to be doing this, being across the edge of the field. Is that clear? We'll do I'm assuming we're going to do the countdown. I'll do the 3, 2, 1, go. And when you hear me say go, you can start. Then they will push the button on the timing. So I'll go in 3, 2, 1, go. And that's when you start your autonomous period. On go. When I say go, don't wait for the buzzer. It'll probably be a little bit off from when I say go, but that's the way we're doing it now. And obviously one touch on your controllers. Don't be double tapping things and readjusting things. At the end of the match, just put your controllers down and your robots should stop. We will score everything and then we'll tell you to pick them up. Human player. I have a volunteer over here, human player. How many pixels can you put in at one time? 2. Is that legal? Can she do that to it? So once you put it down, do not touch it. It has to be either inside the triangle or it's got to be on the tape. Okay. If you throw it in too far and it's not on the tape, I don't know, we're going to have to do something to you. Don't reach in and move anything. So drivers, watch your human players. I don't want any human players chewed up in a machine. If you want to preload what is it, the purple and the yellow, you need to ask for it. And we'll get it from your side and get it to you. If you don't want it, you're going to put a white one on, then you can pick one off of the, get one from your human player. Okay. I don't think anybody's got back-to-back matches. If we do, there'll be a minimum of 5 minutes. There's no timeout. The question box is right back here. You'll see a big white question mark. Make sure you get there within 3 matches. Guess what? Referees are not in the NFL. We're not going to take any recorded things and look at them. So please don't even ask. Blocking, pinning, trapping. If you park your robot, if the red parks their robot in front of the blue wing so they can't get in there, you're causing yourself some problems, aren't you? Don't do like I saw a team do last weekend. It was a red robot, scooped up 2 pixels out of the blue wing and went off and scored them. Hey, they were close. Okay. Be aware of where you're at. Inadvertent and inconsequential. There are things that are going to happen that in the whole scheme of things isn't going to make a bit of difference. And it's up to the referees to say that was inadvertent or inconsequential. If you do it multiple times, then it's not going to be inadvertent, right? We'll try and give you the benefit of the doubt on some things, but please make sure you go by the rules. Questions? No? No questions? This is a great group. Are you ready? Yeah. Oh. Are you ready? Yeah. All right. A while. Should have been last night. Should have been.
Just as a reminder, if you are in the audience, please make sure you do not have a hotspot on. We're picking up Wi-Fi searches out here. If you could go to data, you should not be having Wi-Fi or a hotspot to make your own Wi-Fi. Please, thank you.
Hello, audience. I would like to officially welcome you to League Meet number 2 for our season. I hope you are all excited for today. I definitely do want to hear the audience. I know we don't have as many as our last League Meet, but that is just fine. I think we can make just the same amount of noise as last time. Real quickly, I would like to introduce our teams. On the Red Alliance, we have 18200, the MSTM Techno Devils from Martinsdale State Mary's Community School District from Martinsdale. Also on the Red Alliance, we have 9974 Thor from Johnston. And on the Blue Alliance, we have 22189 Fire from West Des Moines. And finally, we have 24438 Create the Future from West Des Moines as well. All right. All right, let's check. Oh. All right, let's check in with our teams real quick. Stay the same. All right, cool. All right, let's check in with our alliances real quick. Red Alliance, are you ready to go? All right, Blue Alliance, are you ready? All right, if we're good to go, let's get this match started in 3, 2, 1, go! All right, we have movement from 3 of our 4 robots, looking pretty good. Looks like Thor was able to put a pixel into that backstage area, and Fire able to do the exact same thing, and it looks like 18200 is trying to move 2 pixels into that backstage as well. Let's see if they're able to. Oh, let's see it. Oh, pretty close though. All right, let's see what these teams can do in teleop in the next few seconds.
Drivers, pick up your controllers. 3, 2, 1.
All right, we have movement from 3 of our 4 robots, which is a good sign. Looks like Create the Future still trying to get online, and that's okay. We have 22189 Fire cycling one of the pixels into that backstage area, and it looks like Thor has picked up a few to maybe put onto that backdrop. Let's see if they're able to do that. 18200 looks like they're a little bit caught on one of their pixels there, but it looks like they get free, and it looks like they might be able to pick up another as well. Looks like Fire has gone into the human player station and gotten one of the pixels from there as well, and it looks like 24438 is going to go for a couple as well. Let's see how many they're able to get there. Looks like the Techno Devils are going for a few pixels as well, and it looks like Fire has a couple in their grasp. They're maybe trying to move it in that backstage, and it looks like Thor tried it, and it is still in that backstage area, so they will still get points for it. And we have Fire getting a few more into that backstage as well. We also have Thor. They were able to cycle another one. Let's see if they're able to get a few more. And we have 24438 also Create the Future trying to cycle a few more pixels from that backstage from the human player station as well. All right, it looks like 18200 Techno Devils are able to cycle a few as well, and it looks like Thor was able to drop another one into that backstage as well. And we have Fire coming back with another couple pixels that they are planning to drop off into that backstage. All right, we have Thor trying to get a few pixels, and we have Created the Future going into the Human Player Station, trying to push a few as well. We also have the Techno Devils getting maybe 1 pixel, trying to push that back as well. And it looks like Thor was able to cycle another couple as well. Hey, audience, I don't think I hear you. I know you guys are paying attention, but I want to hear you too. All right. Okay, we are now in our end game period. Let's see what these teams can do in the last 30 seconds. We have 18200 and Thor cycling a few more pixels in that backstage. And it looks like Thor tried airplane launch. Didn't quite work, but that's okay. We also have Create the Future. Oh, looks like Create the Future might have put a pixel in the wrong place. We'll see. And then we also have 22189 trying to shoot another airplane. And they are so close there. Very close. They were almost able to get into zone 1. Looks like 18200 and Thor are both trying to climb at the same time. Let's see if they're able to do it. Looks like 18200 is almost off the ground, and it looks like Fire was able to get it right before our buzzer. All right, for here, got it. Okay, Unga Bunga Bongos 21718. We need you guys to show up to the field, or at least the queuing table over there, because you are in qualification match number 4. Or excuse me, qualification match number 3. So we do need you to come to the field and queue, please. Thank you. All right, let's look at the score for qualification match number 1. It is a win for the Red Alliance with a score of 71-45. Great job to both alliances. All right, let's move on to qualification match number 2. On the Red Alliance, we have Norwalk Robo Warriors Purple 12783 from Norwalk. And we also have the Disco Duckbots 14172. Yeah, okay, got it. 14172 from Johnston. On the Blue Alliance, we have Bionic Dutch 13085 and 3609, the Polar Technics. All right, let's check in with our teams. All right, let's go ahead and check in with our teams on the Red Alliance. Red Alliance, are we ready to go? All right, Blue Alliance, are we ready to go? Can we be louder? Come on, Blue Alliance. Blue Alliance, are you ready? Yeah. All right, if we are good to go, let's get this match started in 3, 2, 1, go! All right, we have movement from the Disco Duckbots and Bionic Dutch. It looks like the Disco Duckbots are trying to drop a pixel next to their element, and we have Bionic Dutch doing the same. And it looks like they're also trying to drop one onto that backdrop. Let's see if they're able to. And they were able to get that one. And it looks like Bionic Dutch was able to put their pixel in the right place as well. Let's see what these teams can do in Teleop in just a few seconds.
Drivers, pick up your controllers. 3, 2, 1.
All right, we have movement from all 4 of our teams. Always a good sign to see. It looks like Norwalk Robo Warriors Purple are trying to drop a couple of pixels into that backstage area, and the Disco Duck Bots are able to get a pixel and are trying to do the same as well. We have Bionic Dutch trying to do the same, picking up a pixel and maybe putting it onto that backdrop. We'll see what they're able to do there. We also have the Polar Technics pushing a few more pixels that they were able to collect, hopefully, into that backstage as well. All right, it looks like the Disco Duck Bots are trying to get a few pixels maybe onto that backdrop, and we have Norwalk Robo Warriors Purple trying to do the same. We also have the Polar Technics pushing a few more pixels into that backstage, and we have 13085 going into that human player station to maybe get a few pixels as well. All right, we also have Disco Duck Bots. Looks like they were able to drop one of their pixels, and they might be going back for another or re-intaking it. And we have 3609 Polar Technics trying to push a few more pixels into the backstage. We also have Bionic Dutch coming in for maybe putting one onto that backdrop. And let's see if they're able to do that, and they were. All right, we also have Norwalk Robo Warriors Purple. Looks like they're trying to collect a few more pixels, maybe from the human player station. And we have the Polar Technics trying to do the same as well. It looks like the Disco Duck Bots are trying to get a few, maybe a pixel into that backstage or onto that backdrop. We will see. And 13085, the Bionic Dutch, putting yet another onto that backdrop. We have 12783 trying to put a few more pixels into that backstage as well. And we have the Polar Technics pushing a few pixels in the back as well. It looks like Bionic Dutch went for another one in that human player station. And we have the Disco Duck Bots maybe trying to get a few as well here in our end game period. Let's see what these teams can do in the last 30 seconds. All right, we have a successful drone launch right there from Norwalk, and it looks like they're going to try to climb up as well. Looks like Bionic Dutch is trying to put another pixel onto that backdrop, and it looks like the Disco Duck Bots are trying to put a few more onto that into that backstage as well. All right, Norwalk was able to successfully get onto that truss area, and Bionic Dutch and the Polar Technics are trying to do the same as well. All right, it looks like Bionic Dutch is going for one last minute, and they were not able to get it, but that's just fine. And that is the end of qualification match number 2. All right, let's look at our results from qualification match number 2. It is a win for the Red Alliance with a score of 43-35. Great job to both alliances. All right, let's go ahead and introduce our teams for qualification match number 3. On the Red Alliance, we have 24662, the Robo Reapers from Stewart. And also on the Red Alliance, we have GOAT from Urbandale, 24572. On the Blue Alliance, we have 21718, Unga Bunga Bongos from Colfax. And on the Blue Alliance, we have 19415, C3 Robotics from Cumming. Yeah, all right. All right, we are reposting the qualification match scores for qualification number 2. Let's take a look at those once again real quick. With our updated score here, it is a win for the Red Alliance still, but the score is now 73-35. All right, so that is an update to qualification match number 2 for anyone who wanted to know that. All right. All right, let's check in with our teams and make sure they're ready to go. Red Alliance, are we ready? Yeah. Blue Alliance, are we ready? All right, if we are good to go, let's get this match started in 3, 2, 1, go! All right, we have movement from GOAT, 24572, pushing 2 pixels into that backstage area. Looks like C3 trying to do the same here. Looks like they're trying to drop one off. Wrong position, but that's just fine. They might try to get one into that backstage as well, and we will see what these teams are able to do. Oh, okay, they might go for the backdrop too, but they weren't able to do that, but that's just fine. They get it into that backstage at least and still earn a few points for their alliance. All right, let's see what our teams are able to do during the tally-up period coming up in a few seconds.
Drivers, pick up your controllers. 3, 2, 1.
All right, we have movement from all 4 of our teams. Always a good sign to see. We have Goat picking up a pixel there and trying to push it into that backstage area. And the Robo Reapers trying to do the same. Looks like C3 might have a couple pixels, or they're trying to pick one up. And they might be trying to put that onto that backdrop. We'll see. We also have Unga Bunga Bongos trying to push a few into that backstage as well. All right, it looks like Goat and the Robo Reapers are trying to get a few pixels as well. And it looks like C3 was able to put one onto that backdrop. And we have the Robo Reapers pushing a pixel, and let's see if they're able to drop it off. And they are able to, though it looks like they might have gotten a little bit cut, but I'm sure they'll be able to get out of it. We also have 21718 going for a few more pixels as well. Unga Bunga Bongos pushing a few from their human player station, hopefully into that backstage. We have 19415 maybe able to put some onto that backdrop. We will see in a moment. And we have the Robo Reapers going for a few more in their human player station, and Goat trying to do the exact same thing, navigating around that truss structure as well. We have 19415. It looks like they're going to try to put a few more into that backdrop, or worst case, into that backstage, so they still get points for it. And we have Goat coming back with 2 pixels for their alliance. Hopefully they're able to put that into that backstage as well. We also have the Robo Reapers maybe trying to knock down a stack so they can pick up a few. And we have the Unga Bunga Bongos pushing a few, hopefully, into that backstage as well. All right, we have C3 going into their human player station, or at least that stack over there, to get a few more pixels. And we have Goat trying to do the exact same thing, but from their human player station. We also have Unga Bunga Bongos going to their human player station, hopefully able to get a few more into the backstage. We're in our end game period now. Let's see what these teams can do in end game for the last 30 seconds. All right, looks like C3 is trying to put a few more pixels onto that backdrop. We have the Robo Reapers trying to get a few more pixels into that backstage, and Goat coming back, hopefully, to maybe push a few more, or even just get a park. All right, it looks like C3 is trying to launch their paper airplane. Let's see if they're able to do it. And we have the Robo Reapers. Oh, very close, though. Robo Reapers are parked inside the backstage. C3 maybe going for a last-minute pixel onto that backdrop. And that is the end of qualification match number 3. Let's look at our results from qualification match number 3. It is a win for the Red Alliance with a score of 33-19. Great job to both alliances. All right, let's move on to qualification match number 4. Let's introduce our alliances real quick. On the Red Alliance, we have 10435, the Circuit Breakers from Urbandale. Along with them is 22187 Air from West Des Moines. On the Blue Alliance, we have the 16736, the Atomic Narwhals from Johnston, and with them are the Norwalk Robo Warriors 14568 from, you guessed it, Norwalk. All right, let's check in with our alliances real quick and make sure they're ready for this round. Red Alliance, are you ready to go? All right, Blue Alliance, are you ready? All right, if we are all good to go, let's get this match started in 3, 2, 1, go! All right, we have movement from 3 of our 4 robots right now. Looks like the Norwalk Robo Warriors might not be moving, and that's okay. Atomic Narwhals are putting a few more into that backstage. Maybe they're trying to put some onto that backdrop. We have the Circuit Breakers dropping their pixel successfully and maybe trying to put one onto that backdrop. Let's see if they're able to get that one. And they might, oh, there we go. They got that one. All right, and it looks like Air is looking to place their pixel. Hopefully they're able to in the autonomous period. And let's see what these teams are able to do in teleop.
Drivers, pick up your controllers. 3, 2, 1.
All right, we have movement from all 4 of our robots. Always a good sign to see. All right, we have the Atomic Narwhals pushing a few more onto that backdrop. Looks like they're going to try to drop their 2 pixels from Autonomous onto that, and they are successful in that. We have the Norwalk Robo Warriors pushing a few pixels into that backstage as well. And on the Red Alliance, we have Air and the Circuit Breakers cycling a few more into the into the backdrop and also the backstage. All right, we have 22187 and 10435 going. It looks like 10435 going to their human player station to collect a few more pixels, and 22187 trying to do the exact same thing as well. All right, we have the Norwalk Robo Warriors coming back with a couple of pixels going through that truss structure. Looks like the Atomic Narwhals might need to get out of their way a little bit, but they were able to drop. Oh, looks like they're doing a little bit of teamwork there between Norwalk and the Atomic Narwhals cycling, and then the Narwhals dropping it onto that backstage. All right, we have the Circuit Breakers dropping another couple. Oh, they did miss one, but that's okay. It's still in the backstage. And we have a few more onto that backdrop. And we have Air trying to get a few more pixels from that backstage as well. We also have the Norwalk Robo Warriors going to their human player station, collecting a couple of pixels to put into their backstage, and maybe even cycling to the Narwhals as well. All right, it looks like the Narwhals have 1 into their grasp, and maybe 2 that they're hoping to plan and put onto that backdrop. All right, we also have the Norwalk Robo Warriors who have intaked and delivered a couple more pixels to their Alliance teammate. All right, we have 10435 and 22187 going to the human player station, trying to get a few more pixels into that backstage and also onto that backdrop. We have the Norwalk Robo Warriors pushing a few more pixels into that backstage. Looks like they are cycling to the Narwhals right now. And oh, there we go, Air launching their airplane. They did get in zone 2, and that is just fine. All right, looks like Air and the Circuit Breakers. Oh, it looks like Air is trying to climb up onto that truss structure. Let's see if they're able to. And we have the Circuit Breakers maybe trying to climb up as well, or maybe even trying to park. Let's see. All right, the Narwhals going in for a couple more pixels onto that backdrop. Looks like they're going to try for a couple more before the end of our period. And we also have Norwalk Robo Warriors trying to push a few more as well. And that is the end of qualification match number 4. All right, let's look at the results for qualification match number 4. This is a win for the Red Alliance with a score of 82-51. Great job to both alliances. All right, let's introduce our teams for qualification match number 5. On the Red Alliance, we have 13085 Bionic Dutch, and with them we have 18397 the Aztecs. All right, on the Blue Alliance, we have the 18527 the PCM Alchemists from Prairie City Monroe High School, and 22189 Fire from West Des Moines. Hey, audience, you guys are not super loud today. Come on, I was expecting louder. Let's go. Got it. All right, let's check in with our alliances before we start this match. Red Alliance, are we ready to go? I think you guys can do better. Come on. All right, let's try it again. Red Alliance, are we ready to go? Okay. Blue Alliance, are we ready? All right, if both alliances are ready to go, let's get this match started in 3, 2, 1, go! All right, we have movement from 2 of our 4 robots. Oh, 3 of our 4 robots. All right, we have the Aztecs dropping one next to their element and also going into that back substage and parking. Ooh, they might be able to drop one, and they were. Awesome. All right, and they are parked into that backstage area. We have Bionic Dutch putting almost one correctly, and we have 22189 Fire putting another pixel into that backstage. Let's see what these teams can do in Teleop in just a few moments.
Drivers, pick up your controllers. 3, 2, 1.
All right, we have movement from all 4 of our robots. Always a good sign to see. All right, we have Fire and 18527 PCM going for a few more pixels from the human player station. And we have Bionic Dutch and the Aztecs trying to navigate around them, trying to get a few pixels from their human player station as well. All right, we have Bionic Dutch. Looks like they have 1 pixel on their grasp. Let's see if they're able to put one onto that backdrop, and they are. All right, we also have 22189 and the PCM Alchemist trying to get a few pixels into that backstage as well. All right, we have 18397. The Aztecs getting a few more pixels into their intake, and it looks like they'll be trying to deliver that back, hopefully onto that backdrop or into that backstage as well. All right, we have the Bionic Dutch right behind them, their alliance partner, trying to put a few pixels onto that backdrop as well. Okay, we have 22189 Fire trying to intake a few pixels and putting them into that backstage area. And we have PCM trying to do the exact same thing. Looks like the Aztecs are able to get a couple of pixels into that backstage area. And we have 13085 putting a few pixels onto that backdrop, and they are successful there. All right, we have PCM going to get a few more pixels, and we have 18397 who appear to have a couple of pixels in their grasp that they're going to bring back to our backstage area. All right, we have Team Fire going to the human player station and trying to navigate around that and getting a few from their human player station. And we have the Bionic Dutch. Oh, they're using a few that their teammate outtaked onto that backdrop. Let's see if they're able to get some onto there. And it looks like they are successful there. We have Fire pushing a lot more of those pixels into that backstage. We are in our end game period, folks. Let's see what these teams can do here. We have Bionic Dutch trying to put a few more pixels onto that backdrop before time expires. And it looks like Fire was able to get in that second place, and Aztecs able to do the same. We also have, Fire trying to climb up onto that truss structure. Let's see if they're able to. Maybe. We'll see. All right, we have PCM doing the same thing. We also have the Aztecs and Bionic Dutch getting a few from that human player station and bringing it back into that backstage. And that is the end of qualification match number 5. All right. Let's look at our results from qualification match number 5. That is a win for the Red Alliance with a score of 115-59, our high score of the day. All right, great job to both alliances. All right, let's move on to qualification match number 6 and introduce our teams real fast. On the Red Alliance, we have the Polar Technics 3609 from Des Moines, and along with them, 14172, the Disco Duckbots from Johnston. On the Blue Alliance, we have 21718, Unga Bunga Bongos from Colfax, and along with them, the MSTM Techno Devils from Martinsdale State Mary's Community School from Martinsdale. All right, let's check in with our alliances, make sure they're ready for this match. Red Alliance, are we ready to go? Yeah? Oh, come on, guys. We can do better than that. Red Alliance, are we ready to go? Yeah? All right. Blue Alliance, are we ready? Okay. If we are ready to go, let's get this match started in 3, 2, 1, go! All right, we have movement from 2 of our 4 alliances in autonomous. It looks like the Disco Duckbots are trying to get maybe one of them onto that backdrop. Oh, look at that. They're turning around. Oh, very close. Let's see if they're able to get it. And we have 18200 dropping a few pixels into that backstage as well, and they were able to get that one onto that backdrop. Let's see what these teams can do in Teleop. And audience, I don't think I hear you. I know you're all the way over there, but I still want to hear you over here. So let's, oh no, it's kind of sad. Let's hear it, guys. All right.
Drivers, pick up your controllers. 3, 2, 1.
All right, we have movement from all 4 of our robots, always a good sign. We have the Disco Duck bots and the Polar Technics pushing a few pixels into that backstage and maybe onto that backdrop with the Disco Duck bots. We will see. And we have 18200 trying to get back online, it looks like. Hopefully they're able to do that. And 21718 pushing a few pixels into that backstage area. The Unga Boonga Bongos trying to push a few into that backstage. All right, we have the Disco Duck bots. Looks like they're trying to put a few pixels onto that backdrop. And we have the Polar Technics cycling a few pixels to the Disco Duck bots, so they're able to do that. We also have 21718, the Unga Boonga Bongos, driving around, trying to get a few pixels from their human player station. And we have 18200 trying to get a few pixels as well. Okay, we have 3609 and 14172 trying to work together. Looks like the Disco Duck bots and taking a few pixels into their robot and trying to put them onto that backdrop. And 3609 trying to do the same thing, cycling a few pixels to their alliance partner. All right, we have 18200. Looks like they're bringing back a few pixels into their backstage, and they are successful in that. And we have 21718. The Unga Boonga Bongos pushing a few pixels from their human player station, hopefully into that backstage as well. All right, we have the Disco Duck bots and 3609. Looks like they're trying to work around each other, trying to get a few more pixels into that backstage. And we have 21718. The Unga Boonga Bongos trying to put a few pixels from that human player station into that backstage area. And it looks like 18200 is trying to get a few as well. Looks like the Duck bots were able to collect a couple of pixels from their human player station and are bringing it back to put them onto that backdrop. All right, we have 3609. Looks like they're trying to do the same thing maybe, and we are in our end game period. Let's see what these teams can do right now. We have 18200 and the Unga Boonga Bongos pushing a few more pixels into their alliance, and we have 3609 and the Duck bots trying to put a few more onto that backstage. Okay, it looks like 3609 was able to get maybe one of the pixels into there. Let's see if they're able to do it. And we have the Disco Duck bots who have one more into their intake mechanism and are hopefully going to put it onto that backdrop. All right, we have 21718 and 18200 bringing a few pixels back to their alliance and actually getting parked and ready for endgame. And that is the end of our qualification match number 6. Let's look at our results for qualification match number 6. It is a win for the Red Alliance with a score of 27-23. A really close match, and great job to both alliances. All right, let's go ahead and introduce our teams for qualification match number 7. On the Red Alliance, we have 19415 C3 Robotics. Along with them, we have 10435 the Circuit Breakers. And on the Blue Alliance, we have 22187 Air and their alliance partner 9974 Thor. All right, this is an announcement for all the teams here and also everyone in the audience. We will be breaking for lunch at noon, so please keep that in your plans and make sure that you guys are ready to go to eat your food and whatever else you need to do during lunch. So that is just an announcement for all teams. Be sure you are aware of what time you're going to be eating. All right, let's check in with both of our teams for qualification match number 7. Red Alliance, are we ready to go? All right, Blue Alliance, are we ready? Okay, if we are ready to go, let's get this match started in 3, 2, 1, go! All right, we have movement from 3 of our 4 teams. All right, looks like the Circuit Breakers and 4 of our 4 teams. All right, we have the C3 Robotics dropping their pixel next to their alliance marker, and we have the Circuit Breakers dropping 1 pixel onto that backdrop, and they are successful there. We also have Air trying to drop 1 onto their backdrop as well, and it looks like they were very close to getting that. And we have 9974 Thor maybe trying to put a pixel onto there as well. All right, we have Air putting 1 into that backstage, and that gets some points for their alliance. All right,
Drivers,
let's see what these
pick up
teams
your
can do in
controllers.
teleop in the next 10
3,
seconds.
2, 1.
All right, we have movement from all 4 of our robots. Always a good sign. It looks like Thor and the Circuit Breakers and C3 are trying to get a few pixels from their human player stations and just around the field, trying to bring a few back into their backstage. All right, it looks like Air is trying to get a few more from their human player station as well. And it looks like the Circuit Breakers and C3 are trying to get a few pixels. And it looks like the Circuit Breakers have a couple in their grasp. Let's see if they're able to put it on that backboard. And they're successful with both of them. All right, we have C3 getting a few from their pixels. Oh, looks like they're a little bit stuck there on their own intake. And we have Thor getting a few pixels from their human player station. And we have Air trying to do the same thing. Looks like Air might be able to pick up a couple of pixels or at least push a few into that backstage area. And we have Thor coming back with a couple. Let's see how many they're able to put. Oh, okay, they're trying to put a few onto that backstage. Let's see how many they're able to get onto there. And it looks like both Circuit Breakers and C3 were trying to drop a couple onto that backdrop, but they did get a couple on that backstage, which is always good. All right, we have Thor getting a couple onto that backdrop successfully, and we have Air pushing a few to Thor for them to use later. We also have the Circuit Breakers and the Circuit Breakers and C3 pushing a few more pixels into that backstage area and perhaps onto that backdrop as well. We have Thor and 22187. Looks like Air was trying to put a few there, and looks like Thor is going to try to put a couple onto that backdrop. All right, we also have C3 picking a couple up from their own intake, trying to put a few onto that backdrop, and the Circuit Breakers doing the exact same thing. All right, we have Air going for maybe a couple more pixels, or maybe getting endgame part, we'll see. All right, they tried their airplane. It was very, very close, and we have Thor going for maybe a couple more pixels before they park. We have C3 and the Circuit Breakers working together on that backdrop, trying to fill it up with as many pixels as possible before the end of our time here. And we have Thor trying to climb up onto that truss structure. Let's see if they're able to. Oh, and we have 2 drone launches from the Red Alliance. Both were not quite successful, but that's okay. I'm sure they improve later. Then we have C3 and the Circuit Breakers. Circuit Breakers able to climb up, and C3 parked. Same thing for Air and Thor as well. And that is the end of qualification match number 7. All right, let's look at the results for qualification match number 7. It is a win for the Red Alliance with a score of 99-57. All right, great job to both alliances. All right, let's move on to qualification match number 8. On the Red Alliance, we have 18527, the PCM Alchemists, and their alliance partner, 14568, Norwalk Robo Warriors. On the Blue Alliance, we have 24572, GOAT, and their partner, 16736, Atomic Narwhals. All right, let's check in with our alliances real quick before qualification match number 8. Red Alliance, are we ready to go? Yeah, all right. Blue Alliance, are we ready? All right, if we are all ready to go, let's get this match started in 3, 2, 1, go! All right, we have movement from 2 of our 4 robots here. Looks like Goat was pushing a couple into that backstage, and the same thing for 1463. Oh, jeez. All right, the Norwalk Robo Warriors as well, pushing a few into that backstage as well. All right, let's see what these teams can do in teleop in just a few seconds, folks. Hey, audience, I noticed you're pretty quiet over there. Come on, I think we can get louder. I see some Norwalk people up there. Let's get loud, guys.
Drivers, pick
All
up
right,
your controllers.
let's see what these teams can do in teleop.
3, 2, 1.
All right, we have movement from all 4 of our robots. Always a good sign to see. All right, we have the Norwalk Robo Warriors and PCM Alchemists pushing a few pixels into that backstage. And we have Goat and Atomic Narwhals. Looks like Atomic Narwhal is spinning a couple onto that backdrop. Let's see if they're successful. We have the PCM Alchemists pushing a few pixels into that backstage area. And we have Norwalk trying to do the exact same thing. Looks like intaking a couple of pixels into their intake and hopefully putting a couple into that backstage. And we have the Norwalk. We also have the Atomic Narwhals. Looks like they're intaking and maybe even trying to put a few onto that backdrop. And we have the PCM Alchemists doing the exact same thing, going to their human player station to collect a couple of pixels for their alliance. All right, we have Goat going for a few more as well. It looks like they're navigating to either their human player station or a couple on that stack. And we have the PCM Alchemists and the Atomic Narwhals. Looks like they're trying to pick up a few as well. Oh, that did not sound good, but that's okay. I'm sure they're able to get that fixed. We have the PCM and Goat pushing a few into their alliance backstage, and we have the PCM Alchemists going back for a few, and Norwalk doing the exact same thing. Looks like they have a couple in their grass, and hopefully they're able to push some into that backstage area. All right, we have Goat pushing a couple of pixels into their backstage as well on the Blue Alliance. And we have the Atomic Narwhals taking a few pixels, hopefully into their intake, and then putting a few more onto that backdrop. Okay, we have the PCM Alchemists and the rest of the Red Alliance pushing a few more pixels into their area as well in the backstage. We also have Goat and the Atomic Narwhals. Looks like they're trying to get a few pixels as well. Looks like Goat has one in the grass and they're able to do that successfully. It is now our end game period. Let's see what these teams can do here. We have the PCM Alchemists and the Norwalk Robo Warriors. Looks like they're trying to get a couple more pixels before they have to climb the truss. And we also have Goat and the Atomic Narwhals trying to push the last couple of pixels they can into that backstage area. All right, it looks like the PCM Alchemists are almost up there. They might not be all the way off the ground, but that's okay. And we have Norwalk Robo Warriors parked and ready for endgame. And we have Goat and the Atomic Narwhals parked as well. And that is the end of qualification match number 8. All right, let's look at the results of qualification match number 8. It is a win for the Blue Alliance with a score of 49-20. Great job to both alliances. Let's move on to qualification match number 9. On the Red Alliance, we have 24438, Create the Future, and their alliance partner, 18397, the Aztecs. On the Blue Alliance, we have Norwalk Robo Warriors Purple, 12783, and along with them, 24662, the Robo Reapers. All right, let's go ahead and check in with our alliances before we start. Qualification match number 9. Red Alliance, are we ready to go? Oh, okay, there we go. Blue Alliance, are we ready? Yeah, okay. If we're ready to go, let's get this match started in 3, 2, 1, go! All right, we have movement from 3 of our 4 robots. Looks like Aztecs might have gotten caught a little bit, but that's okay. And they might be able to still drop off their pixel. And we have the Norwalk Robo Warriors purple dropping maybe a couple of pixels into that backstage area. We also have Create the Future pushing a couple of pixels, maybe accidentally 3, into that backstage area as well. And we have the Robo Reapers ready for tally-up in the next few seconds. All right, let's see what these teams can do in tally-up in the next 10 seconds.
Drivers, pick up your controllers. 3, 2, 1.
All right, we have movement from all 4 of our robots, which is always a great sign to see. Okay, all right, so we have Create the Future, Norwalk Robo Warriors purple, and the Robo Reapers all moving to get a couple of pixels from both their human player substations and the stacks of pixels that we have around. All right, looks like Aztecs are a little bit late getting started, but that's okay. We have the Robo Reapers getting a few from that human player substation. We have the Norwalk Robo Warriors purple going through that gate, okay? And they have a couple of pixels in there. They're putting a couple into that backstage area and are successful. We also have the Robo Reapers moving really fast here on the field, putting a couple more into that backstage as well. We have Create the Future and the Aztecs going for a few more in their human player stations, pushing a few into that backstage. All right, looks like we have Norwalk Robo Warriors purple and 24438 pushing pixels for both of their respective alliances. Looks like we have the Robo Reapers as well, moving quickly there in the back, getting a couple of pixels to hopefully bring back to their substation, and they are successful there. We also have the Norwalk Robo Warriors purple, trying to pick up a few more pixels as well as they go through the gate. And we also have 24438 and 18397 getting a few pixels from that human player substation as well. Looks like the Aztecs have a couple in their grasp here, ready to put onto that. Oh, a little bit of a collision there, and put a few more into that backstage area. We also have the Norwalk Robo Warriors purple. Oh, it looks like their sign might have come up, but that's okay. They seem to be putting a few more into that backstage as well. We also have the Robo Reapers and Create the Future in the back there for their respective alliances, getting a few more pixels. And we have a successful drone launch there in Zone 1, right where they needed it to be. Norwalk Robo Warriors is successfully launching their drone. All right, we have Robo Reapers and Norwalk Robo Warriors purple. Oh, it looks, oh, okay. All right, we have Norwalk Robo Warriors purple and the Aztecs all kind of there in a little grouping of robots there in the right section. Okay, we have Create the Future and the Aztecs. Aztecs try to launch the airplane. Oh, it bounces back into Zone 1 just like they wanted it to. We have a couple in that backstage area. They are parked. Norwalk is up on the truss, and that is the end of our qualification match number 9. Let's look at our results for qualification match number 9. It is a win for the Blue Alliance with a score of 76-60. Pretty close around there. Great job to both alliances. All right, let's introduce our teams real quick for qualification match number 10. On the Red Alliance, we have 18200, the MSCM Techno Devils, and along with them, 13085, the Bionic Dutch. And on the Blue Alliance, we have 10435, the Circuit Breakers, and their alliance partner, 9974, Thor. All right, let's go ahead and talk to our alliances real quick before we start. Red Alliance, are we ready to go? Yeah. Blue Alliance, are we ready? Okay, if we are all ready to go, let's get this match started in 3, 2, 1, go! All right, we have movement from all 4 of our alliances. A great thing to see in Autonomous here. We have 18200, the Techno Devils, pushing a few pixels maybe into that backstage. And we have 13085 putting it into the right position. We also have Thor, who appear to have dropped maybe one of their pixels in the right place, or both of them. And we have the Circuit Breakers right here parked and have put a pixel into the right correct location. All right, let's go ahead and see what these teams can do in teleop in the next few seconds.
Drivers, pick up your controllers. 3, 2, 1.
All right, I see movement from all 4 of our robots, which is always a good sign, except for maybe Bionic Dutch right now, but they will get online soon. All right, we have the Techno Devils picking up a few pixels using their super long linear slide mechanism there, and we have the Circuit Breakers and Thor. Oh, looks like Bionic Dutch is back up and running. All right, so we have Thor and the Circuit Breakers. Looks like Thor dropping a few onto that backdrop. Let's see if they're successful. They have 1, and they have 2. All right, we also have the Circuit Breakers. Looks like they're going for a couple in those stacks back there. Let's see what they're able to bring back for their alliance. We also have the Techno Devils and Bionic Dutch working together, getting a few more pixels. It looks like Bionic Dutch bringing one back to that backdrop. Let's see if they're able to drop one onto there. And we have Circuit Breakers dropping another couple onto that backdrop as well. All right, it looks like we have a mosaic as well there as well. We also have 13085 and 18200 trying to bring in a few pixels from their human player station as well. All right, we have the Circuit Breakers and Thor coming back with a couple more. Looks like Circuit Breakers are planning to drop a couple more onto that backdrop, and they are successful with 1, and are they successful with 2? They're successful with both. All right, we have Bionic Dutch coming in for another drop onto that backdrop. Oh, very close, but it's still in the backstage, so they still get points for it. We also have 18200 going in, maybe looking for a few more pixels, and we have the Circuit Breakers and Thor continuing to cycle a couple more pixels from their human player stations back into that backstage area. All right, we have Bionic Dutch coming in with another pixel, looks like maybe onto that backdrop, and they're successful there. We have Thor and Circuit Breakers, looks like Circuit Breakers drop another couple onto that backdrop, and Thor appear to be stationary there, but I'm sure they're trying to get a couple more pixels as well. We have 13085. Oh, we have a launch from the Circuit Breakers. Not quite, but they were still very close. We also have, okay. Okay. All right. So we have 18200 and the Bionic Dutch. It looks like our bar is out on our field, which is not good. All right. We have Thor and Circuit Breakers are climbed up, but unfortunately, it looks like 18200 was not able to with that truss there, which appears to have broken off. We will see what the ruling is on that for qualification match number 10 here in a few moments. All right, so with that field damage there, that team will still get the points for climbing up on that truss, since, of course, that is a technical field kind of fault there and not the fault of the team, so they will still be getting points for that. So any teams who encounter that issue, you will be getting points for that. So do not worry if something like that happens. You'll hopefully still get the points for it, but it'll be a case-by-case basis. All right, our scores are posted for qualification match number 10. It is a win for the Blue Alliance with a score of 87 to 50. Great job to both alliances. All right, let's go ahead and move to qualification match number 11. On the Red Alliance, we have 16736, the Atomic Narwhals, and along with them, 22189, Fire. On the Blue Alliance, we have 14172, the Disco Duckbots, and 19415, C3 Robotics. All right, we will be having one match before lunch happens, qualification match number 12, and then we will be taking our lunch break. So that is for an announcement for all our teams here. Make sure you are getting the food you need before we continue onwards through the day. All right, let's go ahead and check in with our teams before we start. Qualification match number 11. All right, Red Alliance, are we ready to go? Okay. Blue Alliance, are we ready? Yeah, okay. If we are all good to go, let's get this match started in 3, 2, 1, go! All right, we have movement from at least one of our robots here, the Atomic Narwhals and C3 as well. Looks like Atomic Narwhals are navigating to try to put a couple onto that backdrop. We have C3, very close to dropping one in the right place, but they might be able to still put one onto that backdrop, and that's okay. They were still able to pick that up later in teleop. Let's see what these teams can do in teleop as well. Looks like Atomic Narwhal, or not, Atomic Narwhals are ready to drop a few onto that backstage in teleop.
Drivers, pick up your controllers. 3, 2, 1.
Okay, we have movement from almost all four of our teams. Look like Disco Duckbots will be online in a second. All right, it looks like we have Fire going in with their intake. They have a couple of pixels into their intake right now. Let's hopefully they can push them into that backstage. All right, we have Atomic Narwhals. They put a couple onto that backdrop. And we have 14172. The Disco Duckbots, they have a couple in their grasp. Let's see how many they can put onto that backdrop. Okay, we have the Atomic Narwhals. Looks like they have one pixel right now. Hopefully they're able to drop one. Oh, looks like they might put it into. Oh, okay. Looks like they might put it into their backstage area. Okay, it also looks like we have C3 and the Disco Duckbots. Looks like they're trying to cycle a few pixels into that backstage area. At the same time, we have the Atomic Narwhals and Fire trying to do the same thing. Looks like we have the Atomic Narwhals are going to try to drop a couple. Oh, very close. And it looks like they're still trying to do that. We have Fire going to their human player station, getting a couple of pixels from there. At the same time, we have the Disco Duckbots and C3 pushing a few pixels into that backstage area. It looks like Fire might be a little bit caught on that stage door, but hopefully they're able to get out. And we have Atomic Narwhals are able to put a couple onto that backdrop. As we move to the Blue Alliance now, we have the Disco Duckbots and C3 Robotics. Looks like they have their intake. Oh, looks like the Disco Duckbots might be trying to place one onto that backdrop. We'll see if they're successful in a moment. We also have Fire and the Atomic Narwhals pushing a few pixels. Oh, they might be trying to put another one onto that backstage and backdrop. At the same time, we have Fire maybe trying to get a few more on their intake as well. And here we are in the end game period. Let's see what these teams can do. We have Fire and taking a couple more and maybe even trying to climb at the end here. We'll see. We also have the Atomic Narwhals maybe trying to climb as well, or maybe going for the last couple of pixels here. On the Blue Alliance, we have C3 trying to drop a couple onto that backdrop, and they're able to get at least one there. And we have the Disco Duckbots maybe trying to put a couple into that backstage and launching a paper airplane very close with C3. We have Fire. Oh, Fire is able to go into Zone 1, successfully trying to climb up as well. And before time expires, and that is the end of match, qualification match number 11. All right, this is an announcement for everybody. Our lunch will last for 45 minutes after the end of our next round, qualification match number 12. So just know the length of that and be back for match 13. If you are a team that needs to be there for that, please be sure that you are here after 45 minutes after the end of qualification match number 12. Thank you. All right, let's take a look at qualification match number 11. It is a win for the Red Alliance with a score of 69-27. Great job to both alliances. Let's go to qualification match number 12, our last round before lunch. On the Red Alliance, we have 22187 Air and their partners 14568, the Norwalk Robo Warriors. On the Blue Alliance, we have 18397 the Aztecs and their partners 21718, the Unga Bunga Bongos. All right, let's go ahead and check in with our alliances real quick before we start. Red Alliance, are we ready to go? Okay, we're going to try that again. You guys are clearly not ready. Red Alliance, are we ready to go? Okay. Blue Alliance, are we ready to go? Yeah, okay. If we are all ready to go, let's get this match started in 3, 2, 1, go! Okay, a little bit of a collision there, but we still have the Air trying to move back. Oh, they were very close to picking one up, maybe if they hadn't been collided in, but that's okay. We have the Aztecs dropping one in the correct position. Let's see if they, and they get one onto that backdrop as well successfully, and they are parked and ready for teleop. We also have Unga Bunga Bongos ready to go for teleop as well, and the Norwalk Robo Warriors have a couple of pixels left, so they can very easily launch that into their backstage area, and Air was able to at least get one onto that tape line there. So let's see what these teams can do.
Pick up your controllers.
Teleop.
3, 2, 1.
Okay, I see movement from all 4 of our robots. Always a good sign. We have Air and the Norwalk Robo Warriors. Looks like they're outtaking. There we go. They outtake a couple into that backstage. And Air able to cycle one into that backstage as well. We also have the Unga Bunga Bongos and the Aztecs going to their human player station. Maybe trying to get a few more pixels that they can put either onto that backdrop or the backstage. We have the Norwalk Robo Warriors and Air trying to do the same thing. Looks like Norwalk Robo Warriors might be stuck a little bit there, but I'm sure they'll be able to get out of it. And we have Air going for a couple more pixels as well. And we also have the Aztecs and Unga Bunga Bongos. Looks like they are going into their human player station to collect a few more pixels to bring back to their backstage. Oh, looks like Aztecs have a couple in their intake right now. Let's see if they're able to drop it into that backstage area. And they are successful there, so that's another couple of points for the Blue Alliance. All right, we have the Norwalk Robo Warriors, Purple and Air. Looks like they are trying to get a couple more pixels from either the stack or the human player station. We will see in a moment. And we have the Unga Bunga Bongos and the Aztecs trying to get a couple more as well. All right, we have the Norwalk Robo Warriors trying to get a couple from the human player station. Looks like they got a couple in their grasp. And the Aztecs have one stuck on the top of their intake, but hopefully they'll be able to drop that one out. There we go. We have 2 more points for the Blue Alliance. And Air and the Norwalk Robo Warriors, Purple, or just regular Norwalk Robo Warriors, pushing a couple more pixels into that backstage. We also have the Unga Bunga Bongos pushing a few more pixels using their mechanism there to push a couple more into that backstage. We are in our end game period. Oh, and we have a drone launch right in the right place with Air 22187. Let's see if they're able to either get a park or hang on that truss structure. We have the Aztecs who appear to be frozen right now a little bit, but that's okay. And we also have the Norwalk Rebel Warriors and 21718 Unga Bunga Bongos dropping a couple more for their alliance. Norwalk doing the same. Or it looks like Air was trying to, but it looks like for now they're going to settle for parking inside their area, in their backstage area. Okay, and that is the end of qualification match number 12. let's look at our results for qualification match number 12. It is a win for the Blue Alliance with a score of 59-47. A very close match there, and great job to both alliances. We will now be taking a break for lunch in 45 minutes. I'm sure our robotics kids can do the math on when you need to come back right here for qualification match number 13. All right, we do have an updated score real quick for qualification match number 12 there. Looks like we missed an endgame part, totally fine. We still have a Blue Alliance win with a score of 64-47 now, and that is our updated score for qualification match number 12. All right, see you all in 45 minutes.
Test, test. Test, test. Test. Test, test. Test, test. 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 1, 2. Testing. Testing. Test.
All right, well. Testing. Testing. Hello. No. Hello. There you go. Got it. Cool. Thank you. All right, audience. Welcome back from lunch. All right. Let's go ahead and introduce our teams for qualification match number 13. On the Red Alliance, we have 18527, the PCM Alchemists, along with their alliance partners 24438, Create the Future. All right. On our Blue Alliance, we have 3609, the Polar Technics, along with 24572, GOAT. Got it. All right, let's go ahead and check in with our teams real quick. Red Alliance, are we ready to go? Oh, come on, guys. I know we just ate lunch, but you got to wake up a little. Red Alliance, are we ready to go? Yeah, okay. Blue Alliance, are we ready to go? All right, if we are all ready, let's get this match started in 3, 2, 1, go! All right, we have movement from at least one of our robots and now two of our robots. Goat pushes 2 pixels into that backstage area. And we also have Create the Future trying out their autonomous. Let's see if they're able, oh, just slightly off there. But that is just fine. They'll be able to still push those pixels in there for Teleop.
Drivers, pick up your controllers. 3, 2, 1.
All right, I see movement from all 4 of our robots. A great sight to see here. We have Goat pushing a couple pixels into that backstage, and we have the PCM Alchemist doing the exact same thing a little bit. Let's see if they're able to push those 2 into the backstage there. We also have Create the Future getting reconnected there for their robot, and it looks like the Polar Technics are trying to do the same thing as well. All right, we have Goat pushing a couple of pixels into that backstage. We have Create the Future trying to get back online. And the Polar Technics, it looks like the controller might be a little off, but I'm sure they'll figure it out. And we have the PCM Alchemist maybe going for a couple more pixels as well. All right, we have Goat still delivering and still cycling a few pixels into that backstage area. And we have the PCM Alchemist trying to cycle a few as well. We also have Create the Future still trying to get online, and they might need an FTA there. And we also have the Polar Technics trying to get connected again as well. So right now it looks like the Blue Alliance and Red Alliance are both down to 1 robot, but that is just fine. We'll see which one is able to get the most amount of points here in this match. We have PCM going for a few more pixels there, and we have Goat trying to do the exact same thing, trying to pick up a few more pixels for their alliance. All right, looks like Polar Technics are online. It looks like they might be caught up there a little bit, but that's okay. We also have the PCM Alchemist and Goat going for a couple more pixels there. And it looks like Create the Future is trying to get reconnected to their robot still. And it looks like the PCM Alchemists are trying to get underneath that gate there. And Goat is trying to go for a few more pixels in that human player station as well. All right, and that is our endgame period. Let's see what these teams can do here. We have the PCM Alchemists trying to maybe climb up onto that truss area. And we have Goat going ahead and parking into that backstage area to get the parking points for endgame. We also have the Polar Technics trying to get back there as well. And Create the Future was still trying to get reconnected as well. All right, it looks like the Polar Technics should be able to make it, hopefully. Let's see if they're able to. They just got to go a little bit farther. And they're able to get that park in there for endgame for the end of qualification match number 13. All right, let's look at our results for qualification match number 13. That is a win for the Blue Alliance with a score of 27-7. Great job to both alliances. And let's move on now to qualification number 14. We're on the Red Alliance. We have 16736 Atomic Narwhals and their partners 12783 the Norwalk Robo Warriors Purple. And on the Blue Alliance, we have 24662 the Robo Reapers and their alliance partner 18200 the MSTM Techno Devils. All right, let's go ahead and check in with our teams real quick before the start of qualification match number 14. Red Alliance, are we ready to go? Yeah, Blue Alliance, are we ready? All right, if we are all ready to go, let's get this match started in 3, 2, 1, go! All right, we have movement from 2 of our 4 robots here. It looks like the Atomic Narwhal is going for a few onto that backdrop. And it looks like 18200, the Techno Devils, are dropping a few into that backstage area. Let's see if the Narwhals, they get 1. Will they get 2 now? Let's see. And it looks like they do get at least 2. All right, and we have the Norwalk Robo Warriors Purple coming in for a park there in that backstage area. And let's see what these teams can do in auto in just a few moments.
Drivers, pick up your controllers. 3, 2, 1.
All right, I see movement from all 4 of our robots. Always a good sign to see. All right, we have the Robo Reapers moving really fast across the field, delivering a couple of pixels to their alliance partners. We have the Atomic Narwhals putting a few onto that backdrop, and we have Norwalk Robo Warriors Purple going in and in, taking a couple from their human player station. We also have the Robo Reapers going for a few more pixels. Looks like they have a couple on their grasp and are looking to deliver them into that backstage area. And we have the Techno Devils trying to put a few onto that backdrop there. We also have Norwalk Robo Warriors Purple. It looks like they have a couple in their grasp, and it looks like they're going to deliver those to the backstage. And the Atomic Narwhals putting another 2 onto that backdrop as well. All right, we have the Robo Reapers coming back with another couple of pixels here with Robo Warriors Purple in the way a little, and then they bring another few into that area. We have the Techno Devils going in ahead and putting a few onto that backdrop as well. And it looks like we have another couple from the Atomic Narwhals, and we have Norwalk Robo Warriors Purple bringing another couple into their backstage area as well. All right, we have the Techno Devils trying to put another one onto that backdrop, and we have the Robo Reapers pushing a few more into that backstage as well, earning a few more points for their alliance. We also have, looks like the Narwhals going for another couple onto that backstage. Let's see if they're successful. And it looks like they are. And with Norwalk Robo Warriors purple, they bring in a couple more for their alliance partner to use into that backstage area. At the same time, we have the Robo Reapers coming in with a few more pixels from those few stacks. And it looks like they're going to try to bring a few of those into the backstage area. Hey, a successful rocket launch there from 12783, and it looks like they will be attempting to climb as well. It also looks like the Atomic Narwhals are trying to get a couple more onto that backdrop before time expires. We also have the Robo Reapers and the Techno Devils trying to get a few more into that backstage as well. Looks like the Reapers are able to get one more into that backstage, and it looks like the Narwhals are going for another couple. Norwalk has successfully gone onto that truss structure. Robo Reapers are parked, and Techno Devils are very close for match number 14. Let's look at the results for qualification match number 15. This is a Red Alliance win with a score of 127-27. That is a high score for this league meet. Great job to both alliances. All right, let's move on now to qualification number 15. On the Red Alliance, we have 14568 Norwalk Robo Warriors and their partner 21718 Unga Bunga Bongos. On the Blue Alliance, we have 22189 Fire and their alliance partners 13085 Bionic Dutch. All right, let's check in with our alliances real quick before we start the round. Red Alliance, are we ready to go? Oh, come on, guys. I know we just got after lunch, but let's go a little bit louder. Red Alliance, are we ready to go? Okay, Blue Alliance, are we ready to go? Okay, if we are all ready, let's get this match started in 3, 2, 1, go! All right, we have movement from 3 of our 4 robots here. Norwalk Robo Warriors putting a couple of pixels into that backstage, getting a little caught, but that's okay. And it looks like Fire was able to deliver a couple of pixels as well. Looks like 13085 was able to correctly place their purple pixel next to their element there and are ready for teleop. And it looks like Unga Bunga Bongos are ready for teleop as well in the next few seconds. Audience, I know there's a lot more of you now. I want to hear you. Let's go. Let's shout. Yeah, there we go. All right.
Drivers, pick up your controllers. 3, 2, 1.
All right, we are in a teleop period. We have all movement from all 4 of our robots, which is always a great sign. We have Unga Bunga Bongos pushing a couple of pixels into their backstage area, and we have Norwalk Robo Warriors pushing a few as well. We have, along with that, Fire and Bionic Dutch trying to get a few pixels. Looks like Fire has got a couple in their grasp there, navigating around the truss structure and trying to bring it back to their alliance. It looks like the Bionic Dutch might be disconnected or something. We might need to have a look at that. But for right now, we also have Unga Bunga Bongos pushing a couple more into that backstage, getting a couple more points for their alliance. All right, we have Team Fire going back to the human player station, picking up a couple more. And we have Norwalk Robo Warriors along with Unga Bunga Bongos trying to get a couple more pixels as well. It looks like Fire has another couple for the Blue Alliance taken care of. And we have Norwalk coming back with a couple more for their alliance as well, shooting them out of their intake. And we also seem to have Unga Bunga Bongos pushing 1 pixel across that field to their backstage, earning them a few more points as well. All right, looks like Bionic Dutch is still trying to get online. We have 22189 Fire getting a couple more from their human player station. And we have Norwalk fighting for a couple pixels there as well, trying to get a few more into that backstage. It also looks like we have Unga Bunga Bongos going to the human player station, getting a couple more pixels from there as well. All right, we have Team Fire coming back through our truss structure here to try to get a few more pixels from their human player station. And Norwalk has a couple more pixels in their grasp as well. We also have Unga Bunga Bongos. Looks like they're trying to push a couple. And we are in our end game period, folks. Let's see what these teams can do here. We have 221 and Fire. It looks like they might have gotten disconnected as well. Looks like they're trying to get reconnected. And it looks like the Blue Alliance right now might be disconnected, but that is just fine. On the Red Alliance, Norwalk Robo Warriors are bringing 1 pixel back here and bringing it to their backstage, earning them a few more points. And Unga Bunga Bongo is trying to get a few as well. Looks like Norwalk is parked and ready for endgame. Looks like they might try to shoot in Paper Airplane. We'll see. Oh, looks like Fire is back online, and that is the end of qualification match number 15. Let's look at the results for qualification match number 15. That is a win for the Blue Alliance with a score of 38-21. A close match, and great job to both alliances. All right, let's move on now to qualification number 16. On the Red Alliance, we have 18397, the Aztecs, and their alliance partner 10435, the Circuit Breakers. On the Blue Alliance, we have 14172, the Disco Duckbots, and along with them, 24438, Create the Future. All right, let's go ahead and check in with our teams real quick. Red Alliance, are we ready to go? Okay, Blue Alliance, are we ready? Okay, if we are all ready to go, let's get this match started in 3, 2, 1, go! We have movement from all 4 of our robots during this round. We have Disco Duckbots. We're able to drop at least one of their pixels there. And we also have the Aztecs going in to maybe drop a couple onto that backdrop. Very close, just a little bit off there. We also have Create the Future. Looks like they maybe got a little bit tight out there, but that's okay. I'm sure they'll be able to recover for Teleop. And we have the Circuit Breakers. It looks like they were able to drop one successfully, maybe successfully next to their location, but maybe not. They were pretty close, though. And we have all 4 of our teams ready for Teleop.
Drivers, pick up your controllers. 3, 2, 1.
And we have movement from all 4 of our robots, almost all 4 of our robots here in our Teleop period. Looks like the Aztecs has collected a couple of pixels and they were able to deliver one of them. And we have the Circuit Breakers dropping a couple more pixels onto that backdrop as well. It looks like Create the Future getting untangled from that mess in Autonomous and coming back to get a couple more pixels for their alliance. We also have the Disco Duckbots trying to intake a couple of pixels there, maybe trying to put a few more onto that backdrop as well. We also have the Circuit Breakers coming in with a couple more pixels here onto that backdrop. Let's see if they're successful there. Then we have the Aztecs running their way back here to drop a few more into that backstage. Looks like they're going to be cycling, and the circuit breakers are going to be placing for this round. We also have Create the Future, trying to put a couple more pixels into that backstage area. Looks like circuit breakers weren't able to nail that one, but that is just fine. Looks like they'll definitely get the next one. We have the Aztecs dropping a couple more into that backstage. Create the Future going to the human player station, trying to get a few more pixels. And the circuit breakers, it looks like they have another couple that they're going to put on that backdrop. Let's see if they're successful. And they get those. All right, we have Disco Duckbots coming in, maybe getting a couple more pixels here. Looks like they have a couple more in their intake. And Create the Future coming in fast with a couple more pixels for their backstage area. We also have the Disco Duckbots. Looks like they have a couple. Maybe they'll try to put them. Oh, no, maybe they'll just put them into the backstage, and that is just fine. Still earns some points. We have the Circuit Breakers in taking a couple more pixels here to put onto that backdrop. And the Aztecs navigating around, Create the Future, and getting a little bit caught up. All right, and that is our endgame period. It looks like Circuit Breakers have dropped. Oh, just missed one of them, but they still get one other one. And we have Disco Duckbots and Create the Future coming back perhaps to park. We also have 10435 trying to launch their paper airplane. Let's see if they're successful. And the Aztecs doing the same. They get it into zone 1. And let's see if the Aztecs are able to do the same. Bounce off and back in zone 1 just like they wanted to. All right, looks like the Aztecs coming back to park into their zone, while the Circuit Breakers are trying to climb up and are ultimately unsuccessful, but that is just fine. And the end of qualification match number 16. All right, let's go ahead and look at the results for qualification match number 16 here. Not ready? Okay, give us a few more moments. All right, for people who are standing in the queue area right now that are not drivers or students that are on the drive team, I am going to have to ask you to move out of the queue area. I get that you want to support your team, and I 100% understand that. However, there are a few of you that are not wearing safety glasses and are not part of the drive team, so we are going to have to ask you to go back into the audience area where it is safer right now. because I don't want anything launching into your guys' eyes right now, because that would be a pretty bad thing. So I'm going to have to ask all of you folks to that way. All right, let's look at the results of qualification match number 17, I believe. And that is a Blue Alliance win with a score of 94-47 for a Blue Alliance win. And that is qualification number 12. Great job to both alliances. Let's go ahead and introduce our teams for qualification number 13. On the red, 16, yeah, that's. Okay, yeah, I was about to say. All right. Anyway, we're going to go ahead and go to qualification match number 17. On the Red Alliance, we have 19415 C3 Robotics and their alliance partners, 22187 Air. On the Blue Alliance, we have 12783 Norwalk Robo Warriors, purple, and along with them, 3609, the Polar Technics. So we're going to go ahead and update match number 16 real quick. That is actually a Red Alliance win with a score of 117-54. Okay, so that is updated now. We were accidentally showing qualification number 12. We are now showing the correct one for that last round. All right. All right, let's go ahead and check in with our teams for qualification match number 17. Red Alliance, are we ready to go? Okay, let's try that again. Red Alliance, are we ready to go? Okay. Blue Alliance, are we ready to go? All right, if we are all ready, let's get this match started in 3, 2, 1, go! All right, we have movement from 3 of our 4 robots here. Looks like C3 Robotics putting a pixel next to their element, and they were able to get it touching and get, very close there. We also have Norwalk Robo Warriors Purple putting a couple of pixels into that backstage area as well. And it looks like Air as well. We're trying to put it there, and we're very, very close. And we will see what these teams can do. In Teleop and the Polar Technics. Yeah, Polar Technics are ready to go for Teleop.
Drivers, pick up your controllers. 3, 2, 1.
All right, we have movement from all 4 of our robots. A great sign once again. All right, we have C3 picking up a pixel and maybe trying to put it onto that backdrop. We have the Norwalk Robo Warriors Purple putting another one into that backstage. And we have 3609 trying to push one for their alliance into that backstage area. We have Air moving fast across the field. Looks like they're trying to pick up a few more pixels for their alliance as well. And we have C3. Oh, they are very close to getting a pixel there. And we have Air putting one into that backstage. Polar Technics trying to put one into the backstage as well. And Norwalk Robo Warriors Purple looks like they have a couple of pixels in their intake. Let's hopefully they are able to put them into that backstage as well. Looks like Air is going for a few more, and C3 in taking 1 pixel here. Let's see if they're able to put it onto that backdrop. Oh, there we go. It's in their mechanism. Let's see if they can put it onto that backdrop now. And they are almost successful, very close. All right, we also have Norwalk going ahead and pushing a few more pixels into that backstage area. We also have 3609 Polar Technics going for a few more as well. All right, it's looking like Air looking for a few more pixels to go for. And we have C3 in taking a couple more pixels as well. And the Norwalk Robo Warriors Purple going in for a few more pixels. Looks like they have a couple, and they're going to go ahead and put them into that backstage area. We also have the Polar Technics. Looks like they're just getting ready for park here. Oh, they might be a little bit stuck there, but that's okay. We also have Air going ahead and pushing a couple more pixels into that backstage. And the C3 Robotics going ahead and putting another one on the backdrop. And here we are in endgame. Hey, we have a successful airplane launch and another successful airplane launch from Air. Both of our teams successful there on the red and blue alliances. Looks like C3 is going to try to launch another airplane. Oh, there we go. We have another successful one on the red alliance. Looks like Air's trying to lift up. Robo Warriors Purple has already lifted up. Oh, Air, very close. It looks like they might just try to go for a park there in that back area. We have 3609 and C3, and they are all parked there and ready at the end of match 17. All right, let's look at the results for qualification match number 17. That is a win for the Blue Alliance with a score of 75-57. Great job to both alliances. All right, let's go ahead and move to qualification 18. On the Red Alliance, we have 24572 GOAT, along with their alliance partners, 18527, the PCM Alchemists. And on the Blue Alliance, we have 9974 Thor, along with 24662, the Robo Reapers. All right, let's go ahead and check in with our teams before qualification match 18 starts. Red Alliance. We'll be getting started in just a minute, folks. Just wait a second. All right, let's go ahead and check in with our teams real quick. Red Alliance, are we ready to go? Oh, come on, guys. Red Alliance, are we ready to go? Yeah, okay. Blue Alliance, are we ready to go? Yeah. All right, if we are all ready to go, let's go ahead and get this match started in 3, 2, 1, go! All right, we have movement from at least 2 of our 4 robots here. Goat pushing 2 pixels into the backstage, and Thor doing the exact same thing. And it looks like 24462, Robo Reapers, and the PCM Alchemists are ready for teleop in the next few seconds.
Drivers, pick up your controllers. 3, 2, 1.
All right, and we have movement from all 4 of our robots, it looks like. We have the Robo Reapers cycling a couple more pixels for Thor to pick up. Looks like Thor is going to try to do a couple onto that backdrop area there. And we have the PCM Alchemist, looks like with a new metal mechanism, are pushing a couple more pixels into that backstage. We also have Goat trying to do the same thing, it seems. And we have the Robo Reapers dropping a couple more pixels for their alliance partner to utilize. We also have PCM going through the truss structure here. Looks like they're almost making under, and they do. Looks like they're going for a couple more pixels. And Goat trying to do the same. We have Thor trying to pick up a couple of pixels in their own intake here to try to put them onto that backdrop, it seems. We also have PCM pushing one more pixel into that backstage area. And Goat going for another couple that they can put into that backstage as well. We have the Robo Reapers delivering another couple of pixels for their alliance partners to use, and Thor trying to get a couple of pixels onto that backdrop. We have Goat and PCM both going for a couple more pixels for the Red Alliance as well. All right, looks like the Blue Alliance has just taken a couple more pixels into that backstage area, and Thor trying to pick up a couple more as well. All right, it looks like we have PCM Alchemist and Goat going for a couple more as well. And we have the Robo Reapers and Thor coming in for a couple more into that backstage. Looks like the Robo Reapers are successful in delivering a couple more. And we have the PCM Alchemist going for a few more as well. We have Thor coming through the light here, going with a couple more pixels, it looks like. And we have the Robo Reapers doing the same. And we are now in our end game period. Let's see what these teams can do here. We have Goat and the PCM Alchemist coming in with a few more pixels. Goat is parked and ready for... Yep, Goat is ready and parked, and we also have everyone else moving around. We have Thor and the Robo Reapers. Robo Reapers deliver a couple more. Thor trying to climb up onto that truss structure, and we also have the PCM Alchemist and Goat all parked and ready for the end of this match. Looks like Thor is successful in raising themselves upwards, and that is the end of qualification match number 18. All right, let's look at the results for qualification match number 18. That is a win for the Blue Alliance with a score of 50-30. Great job to both alliances. Let's go ahead and introduce our teams for qualification match number 19. On the Red Alliance, we have 21718 Unga Bunga Bongos and 13085 Bionic Dutch. On the Blue Alliance, we have 24438 Create the Future, along with 16736 the Atomic Narwhals. All right, Red Alliance, are we ready to go? Okay, we're going to try that again, I know. All right, Red Alliance, are we ready to go? Okay, Blue Alliance, are we ready? Yeah, okay. If we are all ready to go, let's get this match started in 3, 2, 1, go! All right, I see movement from 3 robots. All right, looks like we have the Atomic Narwhals looking to put a couple onto that backdrop, and we have 13085 putting it in the right position. We also have 24438. Oh, very close there. It looks like they just slipped. All right, it looks like they were able to get a couple pixels onto that backdrop there with the Atomic Narwhals, and 24438 very close to getting those pixels, but they can still get them in teleop. And it looks like Unga Bunga Bongos are ready for teleop as well.
Drivers, pick up your controllers. 3, 2, 1.
And I see movement from all 4 of our robots. All right, looks like Bionic Dutch and Unga Bunga Bongos trying to get a couple of pixels into that backstage. At the same time, Create the Future and the Atomic Narwhals doing the same. Looks like Atomic Narwhals have gone to the human player station and have brought back a couple for them to use right now onto that backdrop. All right, it looks like Unga Bunga Bongos and Bionic Dutch placing a couple more onto that backdrop, and Create the Future going for a couple more as well. All right, we have the Atomic Narwhals. They place another pixel onto that backdrop, and Bionic Dutch doing the exact same thing. We have Unga Bunga Bongos trying to do their best to put some pixels as well. And we have Create the Future going to the human player station, trying to get a few pixels into that backstage as well. We have Atomic Narwhals. Looks like they're going to put a few more into that backstage as well. We have Unga Bunga Bongos trying to make their way back to the Red Alliance with a couple more pixels for their alliance. And we have Bionic Dutch doing the exact same thing. Looks like they have one in their grasp, and hopefully going to put one onto that backdrop. Looks like Atomic Narwhals very close. Looks like they got one. And they're going to go ahead and pick a few up from that backstage to go ahead and put them on the backdrop. Looks like Bionic Dutch is trying to move maybe their pixels a little bit. And then we have 24438. Create the Future coming back to their Blue Alliance here to try to, getting a little bit in the way there. But looks like Create the Future is trying to push a few, okay. All right, we also have Bionic Dutch and the Unga Bunga Bongos pushing a few more pixels, and Create the Future pushing a couple into their backstage area. All right, we are in our end game period now. We have Bionic Dutch picking up a couple more pixels. We have Unga Bunga Bongos doing the same, and we have the Atomic Narwhals putting a couple more onto that backdrop. We have one plane launch. It was very, very close to being successful there. And we have, it looks like Atomic Narwhals are parking along with Create the Future. They've delivered one more and are parked. And Unga Bunga Bongos and Bionic Dutch are both parked as well for the end of qualification match number 19. All right, let's look at our scores for qualification match number 19. That is a win for the Blue Alliance with a score of 85-54. Great job to both alliances. All right, let's go ahead and move on to qualification number 20. On the Red Alliance, we have 18200, the MSTM Techno Devils, and their partners, 19415, C3 Robotics. On the Blue Alliance, we have 14568, the Norwalk Robo Warriors, and their partners, 18397, the Aztecs. All right, let's go ahead and check in with our alliances real quick for qualification number 20. Red Alliance. All right, Red Alliance, let's check in with you real quick. Are you ready to go? All right, Blue Alliance, are we ready? Yeah, okay. If we are all ready to go, let's get this match started in 3, 2, 1, go! We have movement from 2 of our 4 robots here. Looks like the Aztecs deliver their pixels successfully, and C3 very close to delivering their pixels successfully. And we have the Aztecs dropping one maybe onto that backdrop, and they're successful. And C3 at least getting one into that backstage area before teleop begins.
Drivers, pick up your controllers. 3, 2, 1.
And we have movement from all 4 of our robots here. Looks like C3 is picking up one of their pixels here and are attempting to drop it onto that backdrop. We have Norwalk delivering a couple of pixels there into that backstage, along with the Aztecs doing the exact same thing. We have the Techno Devils trying to pick up a few pixels from their human player station. And we have the Aztecs trying to get a few as well for their alliance. We also have C3 delivering one of their pixels onto that backdrop. Looks like they are successful there. We have the Aztecs and the Techno Devils there trying to get a couple more pixels, and Norwalk doing the same thing. We have Norwalk going ahead and collecting a couple of pixels, ready to deliver them into the backstage. And we have the Aztecs doing the same. We also have C3 going ahead and getting a few more pixels from the human player station, and 18200 doing the same as well. All right, it looks like the Aztecs are coming back. Oh, a little collision there. But they are coming back to deliver a few more pixels into their Blue Alliance, or going ahead and collecting them from the human player station. We also have C3 going ahead and getting a few more pixels from their human player station and bringing them back to their backstage area. We also have 18200 going ahead and picking up a few more pixels here, and it looks like they're going to be pushing those into that backstage for the Red Alliance. We also have the Norwalk Robo Warriors delivering another couple of pixels into their backstage. And the Aztecs doing the same thing, going to the human player station and getting a couple more for their alliance. We also have C3 and 18200 doing the same. Looks like 18200 is picking up a couple more pixels to put into their backstage. And C3 coming back with a couple more pixels. Let's see if they're able to put some more onto that backdrop, and we'll see if they're successful there. We also have the Norwalk Robo Warriors trying to pick up a couple more pixels. And the Aztecs, I think, perhaps ready to go to maybe launch their robot, or they're disconnected right now, but they're getting back online. Looks like C3 very, very close to launching their drone there, but they might go for the park. Oh, very close for Norwalk as well. And we have Norwalk getting parked. Well, sort of. Aztec getting there, and 18200 and C3 parked and ready for the end of qualification match number 20. Let All right, let's look at the results for qualification number 20. That is a win for the Blue Alliance with a score of 72-41. Great job to both alliances. All right, while Team Air is getting set up, let's go ahead and introduce our teams for qualification match number 21. On the Red Alliance, we have 24662, the Robo Reapers, along with 18527, the PCM Alchemists. On the Blue Alliance, we have 14172, the Disco Duckbots, along with 22187, Air. All right, let's go ahead and check in with our teams real quick for qualification match number 21. Red Alliance, are we ready to go? Yeah, okay. Blue Alliance, are we ready to go? All right, if we are all ready, let's go ahead and get started in 3, 2, 1, go! All right, I see movement from at least one of our robots here. Looks like the Disco Duckbots knock over their purple pixel very close to where they wanted to. And we also had Air try to go for a few more as well. Looks like the Disco Duckbots put one down onto that back drop. We'll see if they're able to, and they are. And we have Air, who almost tried to, and we have the Red Alliance ready for telly-up, and the Blue Alliance ready as well for the next few seconds.
Drivers, pick up your controllers. 3, 2, 1.
All right, and I see movement from all four of our robots. Always a great sign. We have PCM Alchemists and the Robo Reapers making up for lost time here, putting 4 pixels into that backstage area in the first few seconds. We also have the Disco Duckbots and Air coming in with a few pixels as well, trying to put a few more into that backstage or onto that backdrop. We also have PCM Alchemists and the Robo Reapers going in for a couple more pixels as well. And we have the Disco Duckbots coming in for a few pixels. Looks like they might have 2 in their grasp, and they're going to try to put 2 onto that backdrop. Robo Reapers successfully deliver another couple of pixels into the backstage area, and Air trying to look for a couple more pixels as well. We also have the PCM Alchemists coming in with a couple of pixels for the Red Alliance, and we have the Duckbots coming in for a couple as well. All right, it looks like we have the Robo Reapers coming in for a few pixels, and we have the Aztecs. Nope, we have the PCM Alchemists also coming in for a couple pixels as well, and we have the Disco Duckbots dropping another one onto that backdrop, and Air trying to navigate around that truss structure. All right, looks like we have the PCM Alchemists and the Robo Reapers putting a couple more into that backstage. Oh, they might have knocked out a few, and they put a few back in. All right, we have 22187 Air coming in with a couple more pixels, or at least trying to pick up a few more. And we have the Duckbots coming in for a few as well. All right, we have the Robo Reapers coming in with another couple here. And we have the PCM Alchemists trying to do the exact same thing. Robo Reaper is able to deliver a couple more pixels. And we are in our end game period now. Let's see what these teams can do. Oh, Air very, very close to getting up onto that truss structure. And we have the Duckbots trying to put another pixel onto that backdrop. And they're successful there. Looks like the Robo Reapers and the PCM Alchemists putting a couple more pixels into that backstage. Looks like the Robo Reapers going back for a couple more before time expires. The Duckbots trying to put a few more, and Air's tape measure trying its best here, but still not able to quite get up onto that truss. And that is the end of qualification match number 21. All right, let's look at the results for 21. That's a win for the Blue Alliance with a score of 81-29. Great job to both alliances. Let's go ahead and move on to qualification match number 22. On the Red Alliance, we have 22189 Fire and their partners 10435 the Circuit Breakers. On the Blue Alliance, we have 24572 GOAT along with their alliance partners 12783 Norwalk Robo Warriors Purple. All right, let's go ahead and check in with our teams for qualification match number 22. Red Alliance, are we ready to go? Okay, Fire, I didn't hear you. Come on. Red Alliance, are we ready to go? Yeah, there we go. Blue Alliance, are we ready to go? Yeah. All right, if we are all ready, let's get this match started in 3, 2, 1, go! We have movement from 2 of our 3 robots. Circuit Breakers dropping one off, hopefully in the right place. It looks like they're able to. And we have GOAT pushing 2 into that substation. And we have the Circuit Breakers dropping 1 onto that backdrop. And we have the Norwalk Robo Warriors Purple pushing a few more maybe into that backstage. Let's see if they're able to. And they are successful for those 2 as well. And Fire is ready for teleop in the next few seconds.
Drivers, pick up your controllers. 3, 2, 1.
And I see movement from all 4 of our teams. All right, we have 10435 and Fire working together here. Looks like the Circuit Breaker is going for a couple more pixels into that from that human player station and making their way back to that backdrop. We also have GOAT going for a few pixels as well. And the Norwalk Robo Warriors Purple going for a few more as well. We also have Fire coming in with a couple, maybe more than a couple pixels there. And they are bringing that into the backstage. And it looks like the Circuit Breaker is dropping another couple onto that backdrop. And we have Fire doing the exact same thing for their alliance. We have GOAT bringing a couple back from their human player station into their into their backstage. All right, it looks like Norwalk Robo Warriors Purple making their way back with hopefully a couple of pixels here. And we have Fire getting caught there on their channel while Circuit Breakers are doing their best to put a few more onto that backdrop. All right, we also have Norwalk Robo Warriors Purple coming in with a few more pixels. And we have 22189 coming in with a few more pixels. And 24572 GOAT coming in with a few pixels as well for their alliance to utilize. We have the Circuit Breakers dropping another couple onto that backdrop. Let's see if they're successful. And they make 1, and they make 2. All right, we have Norwalk Robo Warriors Purple pushing a couple more into that backstage area, and Fire doing the exact same thing. We have GOAT bringing in 1 as well into that backstage, and 22189 Fire bringing it in 2. And we are in our endgame period. We see a launch of an airplane, and they get into zone 2, which is just fine. They still earn 20 points for that. Oh, Circuit Breakers going in for another couple. Air launches. Oh, no, Fire launches, and very, very close. And 10435 getting ready to, launch, and successful there. All right, 22189 and Circuit Breakers. Fire trying to get a park here, and Circuit Breakers trying to get up there. And we have GOAT parked, and Norwalk Robo Warriors Purple on that purple truss as well. And we are done for match number 22. With 3 robots on the truss structure and 1 parked in the backstage. Let's see the result of 22. That's a win for the Red Alliance with a score of 159-82. That is our high score for the day right now. Let's see if that changes in the next few rounds. All right, let's go ahead and introduce our teams. On the Red Alliance, we have 9974 Thor, along with their partners 16736, the Atomic Narwhals. And on the Blue Alliance, we have 18397, the Aztecs, and with them 3609, the Polar Technics. All right, let's go ahead and check in with our alliances for match number 23. Red Alliance, are we ready to go? All right, Blue Alliance, are we ready to go? Yeah, okay, if we are all ready, let's get this match started in 3, 2, 1, go! I see movement from 3 of our 4 robots here. We have the Atomic Narwhals possibly going in to drop a few onto that backdrop, and we have Thor trying to put 1 pixel onto their lines there. And we have the Aztecs successfully putting 1 onto that backdrop and putting it in the correct position for their alliance. And 3609 is ready for tele-op.
Drivers, pick up your controllers. 3, 2, 1.
And I see movement from all 4 of our robots. We have Thor going to the human player station, trying to get a couple of pixels. And we have the Atomic Narwhals trying to do the same. We have 3609, the Polar Technics, and the Aztecs coming in, trying to get a couple more pixels for their alliance. All right, looks like Aztecs are still trying to get connected maybe. And we have 3609, the Polar Technics, pushing a few into that backstage area. And now Aztecs are connected and ready to go. Looks like we have Thor and the Atomic Narwhals cycling their pixels respectively. We have the Atomic Narwhals getting ready to launch and put a few more onto that backdrop. Oh, and it looks like the Polar Technics might have their battery a little bit loose there, so that's a little bit precarious, and we'll see how that works out. And we also have the Aztecs. It looks like they have a couple of pixels there and pushing them into that backstage area. We also have Thor. Looks like they have a couple in their grasp there, ready to drop onto that backstage. Let's see if they're able to. And they are successful with 1. All right, we also have the Atomic Narwhals coming in for a few more. We have the Polar Technics, maybe trying to get a couple too. All right, we have Thor going to the human player station and the Atomic Narwhals doing the same thing. They have 2 in their grasp. Let's see if they're able to put them onto that backdrop there. We also have the Aztecs going and dropping a couple more into their backstage area. And it looks like Thor is going for a few more as well. Looks like Polar Technics are parked and ready for endgame here with their battery hanging out. And we have Thor going in for another maybe. Oh, very, very close in their mechanism, it looks like. And we have the Atomic Narwhals and Thor coming back and making their way for the end of the match. And we have a launch from Thor and the Aztecs, both very, very close, but not quite far enough. We also have the Narwhals coming in and putting a few more onto that backdrop. Let's see if they're successful here. We have Thor trying to get on the truss structure, and the Aztecs trying to come in with the last couple of pixels here. All right, Aztecs are trying to get a few more, and we have the Atomic Narwhals are parked and ready. Thor is on the truss structure, and our Blue Alliance is parked inside our backstage area for the end of match number 23. All right, let's look at the results for match number 23. That is a win for the Red Alliance with a score of 104-71. Great job to both alliances. Let's go ahead and move to match number 24 now. We're on our Red Alliance. We have 24438, Create the Future, and their alliance partner 21718, Unga Bunga Bongos. And on the Blue Alliance, we have 19415, C3 Robotics, and 18527, the PCM Alchemists on our Blue Alliance for match number 24. All right, let's go ahead and check in with our alliances real quick. Red Alliance, are we ready to go for match 24? Oh, come on, guys. Match 24. Red Alliance, are we ready to go? I know it's annoying, but I want you guys loud. Blue Alliance, are you guys ready? That's how you want to be. All right, if we are all ready to go, let's go ahead and get this match started in 3, 2, 1, go! All right, we have movement from, I think, 2 of our robots. If C3 runs their auto, we have 244 Create the Future, putting one into that backstage, and C3 successfully, well, at least attempting to put one into there. And we have them also going to that backdrop, very close, still in the backstage, so they still earn points for it. And let's see what our teams are able to do in teleop.
Drivers, pick up your controllers. 3, 2, 1.
All right, and we have movement from all 4 of our alliances here. Create the Future, moving their robot here. We have PCM Alchemist moving a couple for their Blue Alliance here. Looks like they're able to score a couple there. We have C3 trying to intake a couple more pixels and putting them onto that backdrop. And we have the Unga Bunga Bongos pushing a couple into that area as well. We also have the Aztec. We also have PCM Alchemist going ahead and doing the exact same thing. And we have C3 trying to intake a few to put onto that backdrop here. All right, we also have the Unga Bunga Bongos pushing a couple more pixels into that backstage area. It looks like Create the Future are still trying to get back online here. And we have PCM Alchemist going for a couple more in the Human Player Station. And C3 maybe preparing to drop one here on the backstage. And they do get one successfully onto that backdrop. All right, we have Unga Bunga Bongos going for a couple more there. And we have PCM doing the exact same thing for their alliance. PCM trying to push a few more into that backdrop and maybe onto that backstage as well. We'll see. And we have Create the Future right there, parked still for endgame if they need to be. And now, right now, we have Unga Bunga Bongos pushing a couple more into the Red Alliance. And we have PCM Alchemist and C3 coming in and pushing a few more into the backstage and maybe a few onto that backdrop as well. All right, we have the Unga Bunga Bongos going in and getting a couple more from that Red Human Player Station. And we have the Aztecs going in and pushing a few more along with their alliance partner, the PCM Alchemist, along with their alliance partner, C3. All right, and we are in our endgame period. Let's see what these teams can do. It looks like Unga Bunga Bongos are coming back for the park here in endgame, while the PCM Alchemist and C3 are also coming back to drop a few more onto that backdrop and potentially get parked for the end here. Oh, very close to launching, and they are parked and ready. PCM maybe are going to come back here in the next few seconds. Let's see if they're able to. They have 6 seconds left. Oh, looks like C3 was able to put another one on there and are parked. And we have the PCM Alchemist parked as well for the end of qualification match number 24. All right, let's get the results for 24. That is a win for the Blue Alliance with a score of 33 to 26. Great job to both alliances. Let's introduce our teams for match number 25. On the Red Alliance, we have 13085 Bionic Dutch and Duvorce 572 Goat. On the Blue Alliance, we have 18200 MSTM Techno Devils and their partner who is about to arrive, hopefully, 22187 Air. All right, let's go ahead and introduce our teams for qualification match number 25. Red Alliance, are we ready to go? Yeah, that's how it's done. Blue Alliance, are we ready to go? Yeah. Audience, are we ready for qualification match number 25? Yeah. All right, if we are all ready, let's go ahead and get this match started in 3, 2, 1, go! All right, we have movement from all 4 of our robots in autonomous this round. Goat has dropped a couple of pixels into the backstage. The Techno Devils doing the exact same thing here and are able to drop 2 pixels there as well. And Bionic Dutch dropping 1 successfully next to their Element and Air. Very, very close, and all 4 of our teams are ready for our teleop period in the next few moments.
Drivers, pick up your controllers. 3, 2, 1.
And we have movement from all 4 of our robots, it looks like. Oh, very close. Bionic Dutch trying to get reconnected here. But we have movement from at least now we have all 4 of our robots online. We have 18200 trying to drop a few pixels, maybe onto that backdrop. We'll see now. And we have Goat moving around the field, trying to pick up a couple more pixels for their alliance. We also have Air. Maybe they have a couple of pixels in their grasp right now. And Bionic Dutch trying to make their way back to the Red Alliance to put a few more onto that backdrop. 18200, very, very close to getting it on the backdrop, but still in the backstage, so they still earn points. 22187, maybe trying to pick up a couple more pixels there. And we have Goat, who looks like they might be a little bit stuck there. Maybe they can use the Mechanum chassis to go a little bit around there. And we have 13085, Bionic Dutch, trying to pick up a few that were already in the backstage and putting them onto the backdrop. Let's see if they're successful. We have Air and 18200 on the Blue Alliance here, trying to pick up a few pixels to put onto that backdrop. Let's see if they're successful. And we also have Goat going into their human player station, trying to push a few pixels around for their alliance as well. 13085, very nicely placing another one onto that backdrop. And 18200 doing their best there to do the exact same thing as Bionic Dutch. And we have Goat and Air. Looks like Air might be a little bit stuck there. And Goat is trying to get out of the way. It looks like Air might be stuck on a couple of pixels there. And 13085, Bionic Dutch going in for another pixel here to put onto that backstage. Right here in our end game period, it looks like MSDM Techno Devils might be trying to climb onto that truss. Right, we have Bionic Dutch coming back very quickly here to try to put one more onto that backdrop before time expires here in the next few seconds. And they launch an airplane that almost hits Dale, but nevertheless. And now we have Bionic Dutch are parked and ready. Blue Alliance is almost off the ground, very, very close. And we also have Air, who may be frozen right now. And that is the end of match number 25. Results for match number 25. That is a Red Alliance win with a score of 53-13. Great job to both alliances as we move on now to match 26. And on our Red Alliance, we have 3609, the Polar Technics, and their alliance partners, 22189 Fire. And on the Blue Alliance, we have 10435, the Circuit Breakers, along with their partners, 24662, the Robo Reapers. And audience, how do we feel? We have 2 more matches left, and we are done for our league meet number 2. I hope you guys are excited for the next one as well. All right, let's go ahead and check in with our alliances. Red Alliance, are we ready to go? Yeah. There we go. Blue Alliance, are we ready? Yeah. Okay. If we are all ready to go, let's get this match started in 3, 2, 1, go! And I see movement from 2 of our robot Circuit Breakers, dropping, I think, one successfully next to their Element and Fire, dropping a couple of pixels into their backstage area. And Circuit Breakers very, very close. It looks like they were just a little bit off. And we have 3609, who is ready for tally-up, along with the Robo Reapers.
Drivers, pick up your controllers. 3, 3, 2, 1.
And we have all 4 of our robots on the move here, except for maybe Fire. Looks like they're trying to get reconnected here. But 10435, the Circuit Breakers, accidentally launches their airplane, and that is just fine. It won't earn them any points, but that's just fine. It looks like they're bringing a couple more back here onto that backdrop. We have 3609 pushing a few more for their alliance as well, bringing a couple pixels into that backstage. We also have the Robo Reapers. Looks like they might need some help from an FTA here. And we have 10435 getting a few from the human player station. Then we have 22189 back up online. Fire is back, and they are putting a couple more into that backstage. 3609 getting a couple more as well. And the Circuit Breakers may be dropping a couple, and I don't know how that's going to point out here. But nevertheless, they do have, nope, never mind. Now they just have 3 onto that backdrop. And right now, the Circuit Breaker is going for a couple more. Looks like the Robo Reaper's battery might have just fallen out there, which is not super great for them. We have 22189 Fire going ahead and bringing a few pixels into their intake, and they are ready to drop them off for the Red Alliance. Looks like the Robo Reapers their battery might be disconnected, but they're still trying to score a few points here. And 3609 pushing a couple of pixels for their Red Alliance here into that backstage. Fire doing the exact same thing, and 10435 continuing the cycle from the human player station. Oh, they accidentally uncycle him. Let's cycle him back up. Oh, there we go. And the Robo Reapers trying to figure out their way around with their batteries still kind of out of their robot right now. Looks like Circuit Breakers dropped one, and they dropped another. It's still in the backstage, though. Not a big deal. Fire and 3609 making their way back. We are in our end game period right now. Looks like Circuit Breakers, they need to retract and then retract again to try to get up on there. And we have Fire trying to make their way back to a park with a couple more pixels that they have left. Robo Reapers are parked and ready, and their alliance partner is also parked just in time for the end of match number 26. Awesome. Qualification match number 26. The result is a Blue Alliance win with a score of 59-16. Great job to both alliances. And now we have our last match of the day. So our audience, I hope you are very excited to finish this out for today. On the Red Alliance, we have 9974 Thor and 14172 the Disco Duckbots. And on the Blue Alliance, we have an all Norwalk team, 14568 the Norwalk Robo Warriors and 12783 Norwalk Robo Warriors Purple. Yeah. All right, this is for all teams right now. We'll be having a team photo similarly to what we've been doing over our first league meet. We'll be having a league-wide photo, so please bring your robots. We're going to have that picture right here on this field, so once match 27 is completed, okay, so it might be at one or the other field. We will see in a moment. But just bring your robots over here, and we'll get started with that photo. So please do bring your teammates and your robots over here for that. All right, let's go ahead and check in with our alliances for our last round of the day. Audience, I want to hear you for this one. No? Yes? All right, there we go. All right, Red Alliance, are we ready to go? Yeah, there we go. Blue Alliance, are we ready to go? Yeah. All right, if we are all ready, let's get our last match of the day started in 3, 2, 1, go! We have we have movement from all 4 of our robots, or maybe at least 3 of them. We have the Disco Duck bots. They've tried to drop one off, and it looks like they're going to try to drop another one onto that backdrop. They might be successful if they manage to let go. Oh, very, very close there, but they will still get points for putting it into the backstage. We have Norwalk Rebel Warriors and Norwalk Rebel Warriors Purple putting pixels into that backstage as well. And now we are all ready to go for teleop in the next few seconds.
Drivers, pick up your controllers. 3, 2, 1.
All right, I see movement from all 4 of our robots. Always a good sign. We have Disco Duck bots in taking a few. Thor already has a couple in their grasp and are trying to put a few onto that backdrop here. Let's see if they're successful. And they are in this scenario. And we also have both Norwalk teams, one of them going to the human player station, the other trying to drop a few into that backstage area. And we have Thor coming back with a couple more pixels to put onto that backdrop. And Disco Duck bots doing the exact same thing, working with their alliance partners to try to put a few pixels onto that backdrop. Thor doing their best there, and our Norwalk team's going ahead and pushing a bunch of pixels from that stack and taking them and trying to put them into that backstage area to earn them a few points for the Blue Alliance. All right, we have Thor and the Disco Duck. Oh, Thor getting caught there, and the Disco Duck bots trying to get through that big gate right there to try to get a few more pixels. We have both Norwalk Rebel Warriors Purple and the regular Norwalk Rebel Warriors trying to get a few pixels into the backstage area. We have the Disco Duck bots. Looks like they might have a couple in their grasp, and they're trying to get it. And Thor has at least one in there, and they're trying to put it onto that backdrop. They are going to be successful in that one. All right, we have the Disco Duck bots and Thor going for another one. And we have both Norwalk Rebel Warriors Purple and regular going and putting a few more into that backstage area. All right, we also have Thor going in for a few more as well. We have the Disco Duck bots going to the human player station, getting a few more. And we have both Norwalk teams trying to drop a few more pixels into that backstage area here. All right, and now we're in our end game period. Oh, we have one launch successfully from the Blue Alliance. All right, let's see what Thor and the Disco Duck bots can do in these next few moments. Thor launches very, very close. That's okay. Disco Duck bots put one. Oh, they might put one onto the backdrop. And we have both Norwalk teams. One of them is hanging. The other one is parked and ready. Thor trying to get up on that truss structure. Let's see if they're able to. And it looks like they'll be successful. And Disco Duck bots are parked for the end of our last match here at DMAC. All right, let's go ahead and look at the Okay. Let's go ahead and look at the results for our last round of the day. Match 27. The result is a Blue Alliance win with a score of 85-39. Great job to both alliances, and Norwalk, the combined teams, take that match. All right, all the teams, I'm going to need you to come down to this field once this last round clears up so we can take a photo.